So, hello to everyone. Good evening. I hope you are all good. And so, how was the week? Hope you have studied. Yes. So, those topics which we have discussed on last week, it was related to the Spring dependency DI, basically with setters. Then we have looked into the aspects of what is the IOC and the benefit of the IOC inversion of control. So that things we have checked it. Yes, yes. Good evening to all of you. So like we have more few weeks to complete the topic. So accordingly, I have planned. So today basically we'll take the hibernate topic, the ORM technique, and then we'll move to the Spring MVC. So with the starting XML things, then with the annotations, then with the Spring Boot. So the idea is to make you aware of those transitions in the Spring MVC controller model view controller architecture. So starting with the XML because it's a mapping files are used earlier. So because it's a good source to learn that things like what is the benefit of these things with the XML, you can also identify those aspects. But later on, things will be more abstract with the annotations and with more annotations in the Spring Boot level. So those are examples we'll discuss today. Yes, yes. Okay, so yes, yes, we will discuss that. Today we are planning for the Hibernate application. So we'll discuss about the ORM, what is Object Relation Mapping Tool. Okay, I have not shared the screen on that. Yes, yes, I am going to share it now. I hope it is now visible to you. So first, this, yes, yes. So the ORM mapping tool basically part of this Hibernate technology. So let's start with this one. And JDBC things you have done, right? So in Java, we have the Java database connectivity. For connecting, it has drivers through which we can connect with our database, right? So that concepts, after that the ORM, what is the advantage and disadvantage, the benefits and applications on how to create the Hibernate applications in Java. Okay, so that's where we will look into these applications. Then we'll go with the Spring MVC. Okay. Yeah. Actually, I have not checked the message. What is that? During session, I may not be connected with audio because of multiple sessions. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. I have your numbers. No problem. Yes, yes, sure, sure. Okay, okay. No issue. We'll take the sessions. No problem. Okay. So, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Mohan. Thank you. So, the topics Hibernate in Spring MVC configurations with XML config. Then we will go with the Spring MVC with annotations, and finally starting the Spring MVC using Spring Boot. Okay. So these are the topics for the discussions today. So Yeah, what question you asked? What is that? If auto wiring, I want to access EMP ID in passport. EMP ID, right? Then how to access? It gives null. That passport things, it's giving null. That same example which we have shared. What is your name? SP151975. So what you are asking, if I want to access EMP ID in passport, so then which ID you are accessing? The last example. So can we discuss it later on? In the starting, is it necessary to discuss? First, start the agenda. We will take the session's time, these things. So then we'll discuss it. Okay. Yes, Sanjay. Okay. So first, let the starting things to happen. Then we'll discuss during those sessions. Okay. Immediately, like one direction, this moving will take some time because maybe something if you are asking, I have to share the screen and discuss it. So first, let the things to start. Then we'll go with those things and out things and all. Okay. Okay. Get data by EMP-ID. Okay, we'll see that. Okay, Manikanta. It's like let me complete the today's discussions because we have to move to the MVC architecture, which is basically the importance in the Spring actually. Spring core basically, yes, yes, yes. Spring core is basically for understanding of the topics, but more or towards you have to go to the Spring Boot. Okay, and these transitions you have to understand by one. XML, then the annotations, then the boot. Then we will have the topics like we'll go with the JPA, Spring Data, JPA, etc. And tomorrow, like we plan for database connecting with that Spring Data JPA, implementation of the Hibernate on that. And next week we will do it with the REST applications. So REST applications also will take 2 days. So that means 25th, 26th, and then last week we have to do with the microservice. So we have to move those things, and these are the major yeah, microservices. So you understand, like we have the time schedule for these 2 weeks. Only next 3 weeks are left. Okay, so we'll do it, and the things will over. Then we'll discuss those things. Okay, that's not a big issue. We'll discuss it. Okay. So first of all, what is ORM? Do you have any idea about it? Yes, 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 Sumit. Microservices are very important nowadays. It is in huge demand because Spring Boot applications, it's like a single applications which we are going to create. But future we need the service-oriented architectures, functionality-wise, and multiple REST controller programs, individual applications. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's the object relations mapping. But before that, we have the JDBC technology, right? So what is the benefit of that JDBC or disadvantage of it? Something like previously, the background is like JDBC. So you have done any coding in the JDBC previously in Java? Okay, okay, okay. That's good. So in that, you have seen that you have to do all those operations manually. Structured DBMS. Yes, yes. So if you see this one, Java, we have the JDBC drivers and then connect with the RDBMS. So here the DAO pattern we actually use, data access object pattern, where we update, save, delete, all those methods we write it manually, right? So this is what actually we have done. So hope you remember that things. Those logic for things insert into those SQL queries we have required to write. using the JDBC drivers, right? But here, this JDBC instead of that ORM will be used. And this makes the professionals who are basically more towards the Java programming aspects feel more advantage on that, because SQL query may be not that much efficient the Java programmers sometimes. So they feel comfortable with the object-oriented concepts more and all. So basically the JDBC, where we write those things manually, here we don't have to do it manually. So let's take few things, start like JDBC advantages. So we can say JDBC advantage. So at least some concepts, then we'll go with the program. So we have multiple of the programs today. So just going with this starting one. So JDBC advantage. So it's a quickly establish the connection. So it quickly establishes the connection, and connection, let's say, with a data source. So we have MySQL, DB2, the MS SQL. There are various vendors which supports RDBMS. EF code rule is there that based on that the relational database management system. So it quickly establishes the connections. It allows you to write or submit queries. Okay, so this is the manual way which we actually doing it. So we write the query for insert, update, delete, and all those things. Then we can fetch the data also, select a statement. So I'm not writing, just you can understand the manual thing. We have a driver concepts there. Type 4 driver is there, and these are created by the vendor itself. Oracle provides that support, and that is the role of the interface. If you go with the, you heard about the Java interfaces, right? The interface is a very powerful technique to hide the class implementations. So these Java specification provided that we have the interfaces, result set, correction, statement, but the classes are different. Okay, like MySQL class will be different, which will be implementing those interfaces with the drivers. Oracle will have its own set of classes which will be implementing those interfaces. So the interface, actually the role is that only that Java provides the specification that we have these connections, established connections, and then we have the create a statement and all those methods and all. But the different vendors provide their implementations. So similarly, like Hibernate, actually the technology which is implementation part also. But we will use the JPA. So JPA is the most used in the industry, not directly Hibernate. Why? Because these implementations are managed by the JPA with the specifications. So, but at least you must be knowing what is Hibernate. Then we'll go with the MVC programs with the Spring Data JPA, and definitely we'll discuss that about it. Okay, so this JDBC, and it provides, suppose let's say, provide good performance also with a large data amount of data. Okay, very good, or say better. So I'm just writing very good for, just normally I'm writing this one. So for small applications, these are the advantages. Okay, but there are disadvantages. Disadvantage means JDBC we have disadvantage. Now in the entire topics and all things, there will be advantage, disadvantage with all the technology, and they will progress with the new technology. That's what always will happen. Okay, but that doesn't mean that we will not use that technology which is having some disadvantage, because when we start, at least the concept of the database must be known to you. But it's not that we will start directly with the ORM. So previous things known, then it's easier to catch the next technology. Okay. So disadvantage, we can say that it is not good for the large project. Okay. It's not good for large and complex project, which has basically the enterprise applications and all, several modules based kind of it. It will be creating the big memory overhead. Okay, so it will create memory overhead, means consume more memory. Okay, what happened this one? Yes, so that's also the factor, and you have to properly close the connection. We need to properly close the connection like that. Okay, then there is a try-catch things which slow down the process. Okay, so you can see these are the basically few disadvantages. But when we talk about the ORM advantages, so ORM, before going to what is ORM, here we will use the biggest one is no need to write uh, to write the SQL queries. For SQL queries for insert update, so for saving or retrieval, so save and retrieve of data. First one is no need to write the SQL queries uh, to save and retrieve the data. So this is one of the biggest things which we have earlier in JDBC. Without queries, you can't do anything. But manually, you have to write those logic. But here with this ORM, we can do it without doing it, because it manages with the persistence, means with this concepts of ORM mapping. So that we will discuss shortly. Okay. And fast, we can say, development process. Means you can do the fast development for the application. Database independent, because it has a dialect actually. So dialect makes it database independent. If I use MySQL dialect or if I use Oracle dialect, it will create according to that particular data type, that DDL DML statements. So you know that in Oracle we have number, and in MySQL we have these things integer. So various databases have different data types. Now, if we have a tables already created and I want to migrate to another one, and there are huge data already created, so it's very difficult to migrate at that time. but here just changing the dialect. So it will make it independent of it, and it will do the things behind the scene, like it will create those things with the database also. Without uh, you have to writing those code, it will do according to the integer or number. Accordingly, it will convert it. So it's very important things that, but there are few disadvantages. It's like a disadvantage is always there. So some slower performance than JDBC, of course. Okay. So this kind of things are not that disadvantage. We can say like in complex exercise, it's slow, but it's giving us more user-friendly approach and fast development. We can do it, and with the less memory consuming it, and it's a complex programming structure. This technology are better choice. Okay, and this ORM basically, as a definition wise, it's a object relational mapping. And it's self-explanatory if you try to see these three words. And basically is a layer of software over JDBC. So it's not like JDBC is not there. JDBC will be there, but it's a relational mapping is basically the layer of software over JDBC. So you can see this diagram which I have shown here. First point. Okay. ORM advantage is first point. Yes. So how you connected with the database in JDBC? You need the JDBC driver, and then after that you write the queries. Select, insert, update, delete, and all. Isn't so? So here you don't have to write those queries. It's through the object we will manage it. Okay, save and retrieve and all those things. So four types of driver. We are using which type driver? Tell me. We are using type 4 drivers, right? We call it thin drivers. What is the role of the drivers? Because driver connects, specific drivers are there for connecting specific databases. So when you download those jar files or add to the pom.xml, that dependency, so you get those driver libraries and all. Then you write com.cj. Those things, so or Oracle JDBC, so it recognizes those library. For example, if I use any program here, MySQL, for example, so this was previously done. So you can see if I add one driver. Okay, one second. So if I go to the build path, configure build path, so we are using the type 4 driver. As you know that there are several drawbacks with JDBC, ODBC driver. Then they have the native API driver, network protocol driver, finally the thin driver, which directly connects with the database. So when we build a path, when we add these things, like in the libraries, add external jars. If I have driver, let me see this one second. This C drive, I think somewhere I kept in the software actually. Okay, this driver, Postgres. Let's say okay, MySQL is there. Okay, so this driver when I apply and add, this is given by the MySQL. Okay, and here you will see this one reference library. This is the driver, and you use this package. Let's see this com.mysql cj.jdbc.driver. So you write in that, right? Class dot for name and all those things. So when you write this path, actually it detects that driver, which is actually implementing the Java interfaces. Okay, because they have those things with various implementations part. So not only this, but there are several other classes which are actually implementing the Java create statement, result set, and all those execute query. All those things are there, right? So these methods must be must be implemented. You know the interface concepts. So interfaces are provided by the Java. Implementations are done by the vendors. So that means every vendor will come with its own different name of the classes. Oracle will have different set of classes. MySQL will have different classes. So the coming to this program, like you have to import in this statement class dot for name. You have to register the driver first. Then after that, we will move towards this connection con equals to driver manager dot get connection, establishing the connection, and then the URL and the login credentials, etc. So I hope these things you have done it. So like that kind of process which we actually doing it. Here we'll also maintain those driver details because you cannot connect with the database without these things. Obviously you need it. Okay. But then after doing it, what you do is that you execute queries, right? Select, insert, update, delete all those queries. So these are not required here. In this case, we will not do it by the things, save and retrieve the data. It will automatically generate that code. Okay, there are other object-oriented languages, Hibernate query language, JPA query language. So they have their own query language, object-oriented. But these basic DDL, DML things, we don't have to do it. Okay, I think you are Sanjay, right? Okay, okay. So we'll show you that without queries how we are able to update these things, add those things. Okay. So at least coming to the program, then hopefully you will get this all the queries things understand, right? So ORM basically is a relational mapping layer of software over JDBC. So if you see this diagram, here you can see this Hibernate system is there. JDBC is running on the top of it. Okay, so this managing all the scenario, client code, Pojo class, we have getter setters and all, and there is a Hibernate configurations file, which actually connects through the JDBC to the database. Okay, so those driver things, their connection URL, password, everything will be maintaining here. Okay, message tab. Because you are typing some message, so I have to check that. So that's why I could not see that. Okay, so I'm just focusing on this thing. So this you can see this client code is interacting with the Hibernate, but on the top of that JDBC is there. So the advantage of the, instead of JDBC directly using, we are using the Hibernate to abstract means managing our code and fast development. We don't have to do this try catch throws and finally all those things. We don't have to think like developing the queries, etc. So and a more complex programs level, every time it will create the connections and then the instance created, and after that it fetches the data from the database. So it's a round trip, like it takes more time actually. So in the complex scenario where we are having a lot of modules and all, so it takes more time actually. So for a smaller application, I'm not saying JDBC is a bad thing. It's okay, you can use it. But the ORM is a better technique, and ORM technique is implemented by the Hibernate. There are top links, iBatis, there are other Hibernate technology also. It's not that Hibernate is the only one. But specification is given by the JPA, Java Persistence API. So those things is actually required in future use. But let's see this concepts. So I think here we have said like this is having ORM object mapping is basically a software over JDBC. So you can see that it's software over the JDBC. So it we can say an ORM basically can be treated as like a library, and it creates the Java classes to match SQL tables. So it creates those things Java classes to match the basically the SQL tables. So when we write those getter setters and all, it connects with that. So you can see the first diagram which I have shared to you. Okay, I have not discussed this one, right? So here you can see the difference here. It's not JDBC, it's ORM. Okay. So object relation mapping or ORM is a programming technique to map application's domain model object to the relational database table. Here you can see the student Java class. What are the fields? It has ID, first name, last name, email. Then the getters and setters. Correct? This ORM basically will have those configuration details, will map with the tables. So here one side we have student class, other side is student table. Now student table, so what it will do, we will create this getter setters and all. With this actually what will happen, the persistence object, one more extra class will create with that object, and then persistence object, through that we will save it the data. So we will say, let's see student, we will create student s1 equals to new student and s1 dot save. So when we do the s1 dot save, it's an inbuilt method. So it will s1 dot save this object which we will create means in the other classes, one driver class. So then what will happen, that it will save to the database without query. Okay. So Sanjay, if you are asking like what is this query thing, it's like when we save the thing, it will automatically insert the record. It will fire that query itself. I don't have to write any queries. It will do according to the database itself. It will able to insert that, create the table also and insert the table also. Okay. So can I explain you through the code, programming code? Okay. Yes, yes. Because theory-wise, it's like we'll come to discussions again. That's why I just keeping minimum theory concepts because when you are doing the first time and then again come back to the concepts of the theory, you will be definitely better understand those things. Because now you are assuming it, but maybe different assumptions are going on. So that's why to come to one conclusion point, we have to write the coding. So programming things are basically learned through the coding itself. And that is a better choice all the time. And if I say what is this and that, it's like you're thinking something and I'm thinking like you are actually getting these things. And maybe you are thinking something else. So the better thing is do the coding part. So in this DI, yes, anything, yes, yes, okay. So you know how to take this Java program. First, file, new, others, and we will take a Maven project. So Maven project, next. So this we will create a quick start. Okay. So take a quick start. Next and finish. So here we have to add the dependencies. So what are the dependencies which we will add shortly? So give the name like a Hibernate example. Okay, it's HV itself. Okay. Next. Okay, finish. So it is going to download this form.xml with dependencies I have to write over here. It's very easy concepts. When you see the code, you will understand immediately. Okay, so just wait some time, so we'll explain these things. So dependencies, actually we have to add two things. One is Hibernate Entity Manager and other is SQL driver. Okay, MySQL driver. So for that, we have to go to the URL MVN repository. Okay, MVN repository. And search for MySQL first of all. So MySQL driver is this one. We'll take the previous one or two versions, 8027. So 8027 is okay somewhat. Okay, so just copy this one. So this is dependency one. Then the dependency two is obviously the Hibernate. So Hibernate, we will select search for Hibernate entity manager. Hibernate. Let's see that we will get entity manager. Okay, so Hibernate entity manager. Latest alpha etc. will not take. We'll take some older version 569. Okay, so this final one. Let's copy this one into this repository. So here, copying it, Control Shift F, then save it. Click on the save button, it will download those dependencies. So this is what the two dependencies which we have to update over here. Okay, and the same getter setter classes we will create again. So I am directly going with the annotations. That means XML I am not writing. Again, extra one XML file would be required. So Java annotations is better. So here we require two annotations. That is this same class. So here annotations Pojo class we will use the annotations @entity. So this class Pojo class become entity class that is going to map with the table. So and you can write @table also. This is the two annotations which we require. And you can write the name of it, table name, something like in the double quotes. So let me, I think I will create same like employee itself, EMP. So when I do these two annotations, this entity class is going to map with the field of the column of tables. So you have to write @entity and @table on the Pojo class. And one more thing is @ID to make the ID as a primary key. Okay. If I don't go with these annotations, I would have to write one extra file in Excel. So it's easier to handle with the annotations. With two or three annotations, we can manage it. So this entity table and ID is required. So here in this SRC main Java, we have this already. This package is there. So here we'll create the first one is the persistence entity class. So take a new class. This one file new class. Okay, just a simple class of getter setters only. So we'll take the class name. Let's say employee. Take it like employee. Okay, and we will create some values, means variables on that, like ID, first name, last name, mobile number, address, something. But two or three is okay, I think, to give you the idea. So it's better like create this class. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, now this employee class, we will use some, as I discussed, let's say ID, name, first name, last name. So take int ID, make it private, that is better. Then we have first name and last name, right? So private, just 2 or 3 is taking its first name and the last name. So this is, I think everyone understood. This is my private variable. I have to create the getter sectors of it, right? Yes, yes. So it's very simple technique. Compared to the JDBC, I don't have to tell you what is difference. You will see that itself after having this code and all. Okay, because you have already done with the JDBC and all, so you can recognize those things also after the program. So we have this here, the @ entity, this class which is basically we are using. So the class name, this employee class, we have to write simply @ entity. And persistence Java it's not persistence, so we have to import this here. And if I don't use @ table, then it will create the table by this name itself. Or I have the options to name the table, so I can write @ table. And we can write name equals to, let's say, EMP. Okay, so this also we have to import Java X.persistence. So Java X.persistence.entity is the package name. And because I've added those libraries, so it is a class is an entity class. This annotation applied to the entity class. Okay, so this is our Spring this thing Java X.persistence. One thing I would also want to tell you, this is an independent technology. Okay, this technology can be integrated with other technologies, Java things. Okay, this Hibernate. In future, we will use the MVC and all. There we will use the JP, etc. So that time we will implement. So it's independent of it. So it's a part of Java X.persistence, because this is not given by the Spring. We have to add this Hibernate things. It's an independent implementation with this package. Okay, so you can see these are the packages: persistence, Java X.persistence. Now you have to use this one @ID. Also import this one here, Java X.persistence.id. This means this ID is going to be the primary key. Okay, so it will be unique. If I write any duplicate values, it will not allow it. So compared to that previous things, you create a table in the table database, then you create a table, you write create statements, and then all those things. You don't need to do it. Here it will do automatically, it will create the table. So that's what I was saying, SQL things are not required. Okay, it directly will create with these kind of annotations and all. With the mapping. Mapping is always needed. This is a simple getter setter class. Okay, let it complete it first. So just right click on this, go to the source. Yes, yes, only ID will make it primary. Okay, yes, yes. Public interface ID specify that primary key of entity. Okay, so that is what the in the technology with the Spring Boot, all these Spring technology, full of annotations and full of abstractions, because they manage nicely with this. Less code, get all the things done behind the scenes. So they manage these things with their library actually. We just simply use 1 or 2 annotations. It's not more than that even. And it's a self-explanatory clarity with that entity class is there. That means it is going to map with that our field. And then table is there. So that table's name is given. and the ID means the int ID. That means it is equivalent to that MySQL. If I use Oracle, it will create number, or if I use MySQL, it will create integer. So it's such a powerful tool. Okay, now getter setters. So go to the source, generate getters and setters, and you have to select all the three. Okay, generate it. This is over now. Okay. Now one important resource file I have to use in dot properties, that is going to be the configurations file, and that is the mapping thing. Okay, so we have to map with the ORM. So this diagram, if I have shown to you here, this one, no, not this one, one more is there, right? This one. Now the ORM things I will do it here. Okay, and this is going to be the having the connections and all in the database. So it's object relation mapping. Object means Java object, relation means relational database, and object and database mapping. So here we have created the getter setters. Now we will write the configuration things of ORM, because we now have to write the database. So exactly, let me write the code, then mapping things will again will clear to you. Just write it. Let's give it to this thing. So first, the next one is resource folder. Resource is not creating. Of course, you know that it's having directly not create. So you have to go to the build path, configure build path. Then in the source tab, add folder, create new folder, src slash main slash resource. Okay, next, finish it. Okay, play and close. Now here we will create the XML file for the configuration, Hibernate configuration. So it will look like this one. Just 1 minute, new XML file will take here. One XML file I have not taken because I have done with the annotations, but this configuration is needed. There is no option, so this is needed for the configurations. Yes, those things in the string MVC we will do with the annotations fully. So no XML required. Okay, but starting with the XML at least one, and the annotations with the entity class. But otherwise, for entity class also we can have to write those XML things. So that I manage with the annotations. But here one class at least with the configurations with the Hibernate configurations. So the file name should be the same, like all the time. This is mandatory requirement, Hibernate dot configurations. Okay. So instead of configuration, we will write dot cfg dot xml. Okay. So this is the naming conventions for Hibernate configurations. In the resource folder, please look at this one. It's the main slash resource folder, and here you have to copy. I have just taken this one header. Okay, somewhere these headers are there. Okay, it's like because these headers 1 minute, file open, don't save it. Okay, we'll copy from the site itself, because DTD things you have to take it. Okay, so somewhere I just have taken that, but maybe I'll just leave this. So Hibernate configurations, you can directly go to the site. Okay, Hibernate configurations header. So Hibernate configurations, we have to go to the JBoss. OR mapping. So JBoss is actually this Hibernate community mapping. Doc type we have to take it. Hibernate mapping. Okay, it is for mapping. I'm not using Hibernate configurations. 1 second. Because it's simple, you have to import those things. So if we don't import properly given, then it will create problems. Okay, so the header is config. Okay, yes, yes. So this one is the header configurations file. Okay, so but it's not looks good to just one. So if I try to write, I can also write directly. So just wait. Let me write it. This one doc type, because maybe some other things if I get it, then it will be difficult. Okay. So doc type, we have to declare Hibernate configurations, right? So Hibernate hyphen configuration, and then it is public. Like previous things which we have done, the same thing here we'll also do it. And then the part of it. Okay, so that is the Hibernate configuration DTD. So it's better just I will copy, otherwise some problem for this. So it's like here we have to write from this space double quotes. Okay, and this here hyphen slash and Hibernate configuration, right? So let me try that Hibernate. Then configuration Hibernate. Okay, I will download it better. Okay, just give me 1 minute. So it's better that. Yes, yes. Okay, you've got this now. Okay, where is that? Your links are never working to me, right? Okay. I will. I will check. Hibernate config. Without that header, we'll not able to do it. Understanding Hibernate CFG configuration CFG. So you got it now. Just 1 minute. I'm also searching it. Hibernate Java doc. Yes, configurations. Okay, this is different. So anywhere I can take this one also. Hibernate configurations. Okay, this one. That's what this small things required all the time. I was typing, but maybe some space or something happened, that also will not work. So we have to very carefully write those. Okay, you have also said, no? Source code, I don't require these things. Okay, directly I will do with the Hibernate also. It's not going to work. Okay, source force instead of that 1 minute. Hibernate config org dtd. So source force it's not working. So better let me write it and then we'll do it. Okay, so just 1 minute. Doc type and doc type Hibernate hyphen. Yes, now it is giving me the unspecified Hibernate hyphen configuration. Okay, just 2 minutes. I will complete it. Configuration. Then public is given, so it's correct only. public is required, and this entire thing DTD will be doing inside that. After that, public will create these things or Hibernate slash. Okay, then Hibernate configuration single only required. I think so. Hibernate space configuration DTD. Yes, yes, yes. Source force I will not take because source force earlier they also it was creating problem. Okay, so directly I will do it Hibernate only. 0 and English. So this here close it. Yeah, DTD. DTD will take this one 3.0 DTD. So this first line is Hibernate configuration DTD or DTC I have written. Okay, I'm thinking yes, yes. Now it's okay. Now what is the last line? This Hibernate.org I will take it. Okay. So same thing, double quotes. Uh, Hibernate.org. So full sentence HTTP colon hibernate.org. So this is what actually I was saying that those source codes instead of that this is better. That day it was not working, so like that. DTD then Hibernate it will take actually. This is what I was thinking for writing this one. Now configuration. No session, but it is configuration. 3.0, right? The DTD. Closing it and close it. So this is the header file. I typed it, but maybe some. So you have sent, no? Okay, okay, okay. Configurations public. Hibernate config. DTDEN. Yes, yes. DTDEN, but no UTF etc. not required. Public Hibernate configuration. DTD I have used 3.0 also. It's better that you use this DTD. That is better choice. Okay, we'll see if some header issues will come. So the mapping file like configuration things like driver name, driver class, URL, and the password. All we have to write over here and map that class. That means the employee class. Okay. So how to do it? We will take your sessions is coming. Yes, yes. Now it's perfectly working. Good, good. So I've correctly done this one. Hibernate configuration. Then this one, control space, angular bracket, control space, not giving me session factory. It is going to be yes. So we will storing into the session, and what is this sessions? It's like when we are having transactions, when we are doing it. So it is stored in the memory, and it's the object through which we can do multiple times the same thing. Okay, so this is a session factory patterns which we are working on. Here we will take those Hibernate things. So property, it's like no session property. Okay, so inside this property, we will have the property name. Here it should be given. One second. Property name and this name is HVM2DDL auto. That means it's going to create the DDL auto. No, HVM2DDL dot, no, sessions giving auto, and this will do the update. So what it will do, it will create automatically the DDL, data definitions line, Hibernate to DDL dot auto. So this is the first property, update. We can do the create also. But create means every time the previous data gone, it's a new. It will create again new table. Means delete the previous table, create another table. So record will not there. It will all deleted. For that, update is a better choice. Now we will have several properties. The dialect thing which I have discussed just now, that property here, this name equals to, now see this one, dialect, double click, dialect, double quote, sorry, dialect, and this dialect actually makes the database independent things. So what is that? You have to write org dot hibernate dot dialect dot, I am taking MySQL, right? So MySQL, and it's a 8 driver, so 8 dialect. Okay. If it is, yes, dialect is a basically part of this property dependencies injecting over here. Dialect means DIA, spelling you are saying DIALECT is correct only, na? DILECT. Okay. So dialect basically going to make, like if you have Oracle. So it will, for MySQL, it is for database creating the tables. Okay. For MySQL, this DDL things will create this MySQL database based on that MySQL. If it is Oracle, it has 10 10 or 12 dialects. For Oracle DB2, everywhere it has its own dialect. Like Oracle 10G dialect or Oracle 11G dialect. So what it will happen, because you are not writing the query for this one. So how it will know which one query is going to write, how to write those queries, because data types are different for different data tables, right? So MySQL dialect it will find, then it will create accordingly MySQL table. Okay, without writing the query. So that is the dialect thing. It makes it's independent of the database. Tomorrow, if I want to change this one, I just have to change the Oracle 10G or 11G dialect. So accordingly, it will create this DDL for it, Oracle, with the mapping of this employee class. Okay, so now the next thing is URL and username, password, all these things we have to manage basically. Okay, so session factory, this DTD is, see, it's again having some problems, so we'll copy from the source and we'll do it later on. If it creates, okay, now it's okay. So next property, so we will create several properties. Now we have to give the URL and password. Okay, so dialect is over, connection URL. So what is the connection URL which we are passing in the JDBC? So the same thing is we have to pass over here also. Okay, so it's like JDBC colon JDBC localhost, right? MySQL. So I'm going with the MySQL and localhost. If it is your remotely located server, you can give the IP address also. But it's in the my system itself, so I'm using localhost. And this MySQL has a port number, right? So what is the port number of MySQL? 3306. And give the database. One thing I just wanted to tell you further, like Hibernate will not create the database. Hibernate will only mapping through the tables row by row. It will not create any database. So you have to write the database name and you have to manually create. So that means I am creating ORM3, for example. So I have to do it manually. MySQL, you have MySQL, right, installed? Because it's very popular, it's open source. So, and RDBMS support also, now acquired by the Oracle. So it is a highly popular database. You have Postgres and others also, but this one is better one. So we are taking this ORM, we create the database at least. In Oracle, you don't have to write this /ORM because in Oracle, if you have done with the JDBC, you remember that Oracle's login itself is it's a database name. But in MySQL, you have to separately write the database name. But in Oracle, whatever your login, that will be taken as a, you can create your own database, that's not a problem. But it is with that login credential, it takes the database name directly. But for MySQL, specifically, you have to create the database. So creating the database, we have this command. How to create the database? For that, you have to manually do it in case of MySQL. Yes. That's a simple one. Create database ORM. I have taken 3 because earlier demo, all those things is going on for other. So creating the database is created, just refresh it. Okay, so after that, you will see this refresh. ORM3 must be somewhere. ORM3 I've created, right? Refresh it. And we have this ORM3. Here, there is no table. It's a blank. Now, this ORM3 I am using in this configuration detail that I will be having this database. And please create that table using MySQL dialect, and that user credentials, database credentials I have to provide over here in this username, password, and the driver name. Okay, so these 3 more things we have to do in the configuration file of Hibernate. Okay, that means connection URL is over. Then the username, user name, and in my case it's a root. So if you have a different username, you change it accordingly. And then we have the next one, the password also. So gradually you see in the Spring application how we are managing these things also. Here just a Hibernate example with the what is actually this technique. But by and large we are going to use with the Spring environment. So like those things, Spring MVC, that is why I have to start with that. After that we will connect with Hibernate using JPA. So those things we'll do it today. So I'm going to do it today itself. Okay, so the password, yes. In my case, it's root actually. And then one more thing you know about that, that is class. So in the JDBC, you use like all the three things, right? So connection, it's not connection. Connection username, connection password. Yes, so driver name, right? Driver underscore underscore class, not name. So what is the driver name we have? Form dot mysql dot cj dot jdbc dot driver. That sometime before I've shown to you this one driver, this path. Okay, registration thing. So we will write like that only. Com dot mysql com dot mysql dot cj, package name is there, dot jdbc dot, finally the driver class, driver, it's the uppercase, remember that. And now we will write one this final things. It will be mapping things, right? So map with the employee Pojo class, entity class. So this one we will use mapping class equals to what is the class name? We have employee, right? This is the package also. This package name. Okay, so com dot simply learn HP. No, learn dot. Package name is gone into caps actually. That time when creating that, so it should be now like that only. Have to use HP dot. We have employee, employee class, right? So employee. So this is my mapping for the Hibernate, and close this one. That's it for the configuration. So the ORM things, so here you can see these are the connections, and this is my employee. Now I will map this employee object. So this is my Hibernate part. This is Java thing. Clear? Now how it is interconnected through this mapping. So this, based on this mapping, I will create one more persistence class, and in that I will use the object of employee class to save the data. So the last one more class which I have to write is for the that is going to save the data into the database. So that means I have to write one configuration class where I will use the session factory. Okay, so I have to invoke the session factory, then the session, then the transaction. Three things. Why? Because session factory, it has to create it to build a session factory, and then get the session, so open the session, then begin the transaction. These are the three lines of code you have to write for the starting things to get those scenario, because we are saving into the session, that object. So after this one, we will have this new class. Let's take class name insert. This insert, okay. And this class is going to be the driver class, main class, with the main method. So this is my entity class, and I map this into this Hibernate configuration. Now we'll create the object of it in the insert.java and save the data. So after having done this one, we have to use configuration. equals to new configurations and read this file, XML file. So configuration CFG equals to new new configuration new configuration. Okay, it's showing some error, so we'll see that import is required. Yes, exporting this CFG configuration. Yes, now it will be dot will be working. Yes, now it's coming. Configure and the hibernate dot cfg dot xml. So we will load this one, configure this one, hibernate dot cfg dot xml. So this is the first step. I just configured it. Now what is this configurations and all? You can see the things script class and yes, one name which is now I can see it. Just I wanted Gavin King. He's founded the Hibernate in 2004. Okay, he's author himself and he's a founder himself, Gavin King. So if you are thinking Hibernate is something to do with the Spring, no, it's an independent technology, ORM technique, where we are mapping the database with the object. So mapping means table by table, one row with that. So this is written by Gavin King itself, and yeah, it represents one approach for bootstrapping Hibernate. In fact, historically this was the way to bootstrap Hibernate. Bootstrap Hibernate means this CFG file we have bootstrapped over here. Okay, so that's the configurations part, and when we have to invoke the session factory, then the session, then the transaction. Three things. Okay, so session factory session factory session factory. Take the object of it, factory equals to cfg dot. We have to build a session factory. Build session factory. These 4 lines of code is required for our connectivity for the creating the session. First, the session factory is for the entire application, but the session will be for this particular program. So it's for the entire application one session factory is going to create, and this is org.hibernate. So it is only one this created, and then for this specific to this program, we'll now invoke the session with this factory. So first we have built the session factory, then we will open the session. So with the help of this factory, we'll open it. So session you have done in servlet JSP anything? Any web applications you have done with that session? Okay. Then it's okay. Open session. Same thing is utilized here because we are going to maintain into the session actually. This org.hibernate session, because through the sessions we will insert the data all the times. So it's the because we are going to have the session factory, then the session, and the last thing is transaction. And these 4 lines in future will not required, because in through the JPA, Spring Data JPA, it will be full abstraction. Only one @ repository will use, and it will take care of everything. Okay. So these things are starting things. It's just a implementation to make you understand what is ORM. But in the Spring level, we will use annotations to manage all these things. So in JPA, we have entity manager factory. Here in the Spring, we have the session factory. Those factories things we will have not to use, because session factory, if we visit its interface, because these factory patterns are interface based, which has several subclasses. And finally, those subclasses are called in another class. Okay, so they have this kind of, the factory pattern method. The main concept here is, see this one, the main concept here is the creations instances. Usually an application has a single instance as a thread. So we have single, this one, session factory, often used to build a factory. Okay, so build session factory. Its return type is session factory throws Hibernate exceptions, and this means using the properties and mapping in the configurations. Okay, so that build factory, first we have invoked the build factory method, and its return type is session factory. So this example is this one, session factory, and it's a build session factory. Okay, so its return type is session factory. We are storing in the factory object. Then through the factory object, we are opening the session. So this session again, here, the interface, extending it, entity manager. This entity manager will use in the JPA also. So using the Hibernate, because Hibernate is the implementation. Later on, JPA, Java has actually introduced itself, because Java realized after some time that Hibernate is getting advantage and popularity. So it comes out with some specifications in terms of JPA. So Java own Hibernate is JPA. So that it came later on. Java own framework is JSF, Java Server Faces. But everything happens after some time. When Spring actually taking advantage, then the JSF thing comes, but it's not working in that way. But here, the Hibernate actually become popular from 2004 onwards. Okay, so this build factory, session factory, insert build session factory, then sessions, open the sessions, and the last one is transaction. So transaction, 1 minute, transaction, yes, Java export persistence, transactions, it's not taken, transactions, let's write transaction, okay, yeah, okay, some typo error. Thank you. Transactions T equals to this sessions I have opened, right? So session dot begin transaction. Okay, so this, why this transactions not taken? Hibernate also. There other packages also have the same name, but we are doing with the Hibernate, right? So it's a Hibernate dot transactions thing. So sometimes import the same names are there. If you import it, just check that it's a Hibernate or not. So it will go into some different packages, because packages they are having different uh, the same name but different package, different meaning. So these are the starting of it. First it reads this file, then it build a session factory object. Through the object we will open the session, then through the session we will open the transaction, begin the transaction for add, update, delete and all those things. So this is basically the standard syntax for this one. And Now we'll create one persistence object. So we have the employee class, right? Employee, let's say E1 equals to employee employee transactions also, right? Employee equals to new employee, correct? So this is the employee object, and with that I will insert the record without the query. Okay, so through the session only. So we will have this employee dot getters setters we have taken us. So set ID employee dot set ID. Let's say ID is integer type, so 108. Then employee dot set name, first name, uh, name. I will always remember. Okay, so this employee dot set last name. Okay, so anything I'm just writing. So this was this one. So understood these options, like first we have this entity class, then we map with the Hibernate configuration class. This is my Hibernate configuration. This is going to create the DML DDL statements automatically with the dialect, whatever the table database we have taken. We provide this URL, username, password, driver class. These are the required things which we should do it. Okay. Okay, I will add after that. So not now, we'll do it later on. One or two things I will do it after running the exam. Okay. Yes, so now the insert.java, we have configured it, CFG file. So this is mapped here, and then it is called through the our driver class, this one, cfg.xml, configure it, then session factory is built, then session is created, open sessions from the factory, and then begin the transaction. So session.begin transaction. One by one, then employee object, and this is called basically the persistence object. Means it can be used for number of times through the session. Okay. So here this one is done. Final thing is session through the session object dot. It has all the methods, so we will do the save first. Save object. What is the object? Employee. And the transaction is started, so commit it. Commit means finally by default auto commit is true, but I'm just doing it manually also. Transactions dot commit is there, and then you can close the factory and session also as well. It's a good practice to close it. Factory dot close is there. Then we have session also. Session dot close this one. So this is what the entire applications for the Hibernate is like that only. That we have this employee entity, table name EMP, and then we have the Hibernate class, means this mapping one with the employee. In the insert.java, we are having this object created. Now this is object and this is database mapping. Okay, so ORM Java object is mapped with the database. Okay, this one. And so with persistence things, we can create number of times I want to save, it will save the record. In normal JDBC, you have to call all those things again. It will create the class, object, everything. But once it is in the memory, yes, yes. Yeah, what you were asking? I'm not seeing your questions. So many things you asked. Insert class? No, it is a persistence class. Right? This insert class is a separate class together, which is actually through the session you have to maintain all those things. So this is my Java class, and its object is created here. So this is object. This is called persistence object. If you see the Hibernate things, a lot of time persistence object word is there. It means for the long time we can use this one. Employee. Means now let's see how it is persistence. So this is a separate class for the main class for calling this methods. Okay, so we have the save method, update method, delete method. They have all the methods. We don't write the query. Query will itself generate. Insert query. Okay, so if everything goes well, it will create the table also. Okay, so just write this one. So it's like in the dependency injections we have done the separate classes we have taken. So it's like kind of design patterns which actually evolve. We are having loose coupling kind of thinking features. It's not we just mix, because anything we change in XML from Oracle, the things will not make any difference here. So XML is used for that purpose basically. So form will design na please. So dynamically getter setter we have controller service repository, all things will do it. Okay, so it's just begin with what is Hibernate. Okay, so we have to create some form and through that inputs we will take it. Or here you can do the scanner class also to take those values and all. So UI things will create, right? Without UI, can you do these things to the client? Client will not accept your console project. Client will require those forms design, UI design, through which you will insert the data. It will take it to the parameters through the model mapper, and model mapper at the rate model attribute. So that we will do the string form. Okay, so dynamic values. So this is just for the beginning. Like JDBC, what you do is normally what console application we pass some value. So that is for showing it that this is the fixed set of value we are passing it. But in future you can have your applications form design, and those forms will take the inputs, pass it to the controller, and controller to the service to the repository. That MVC architecture when we discuss it, na, then you will see all those dynamic things. Finally, the dynamic things are required only. This is just for making this because you know the JDBC how it is different than JDBC. So obviously several classes, and these few things which you are seeing, it will not there. All these things. A lot of coding will be boilerplate code, we call it, will not required in the advanced level. It's just starting time which we are seeing it. Okay, entity manager factory, session manager factory. These factories are for first time we have to create those factories, and then the sessions are opted, open the session. Through the sessions, we begin the transactions. Finally, through the sessions, we save it for the persistence object. So whenever we save it, it will save to the database actually. Okay, so let's close this one, means run this one, run a Java application. So Java application is started here. Remind me later. Okay, and this is by default. Okay, some what is the error? Could not execute a statement. Java X persistence here. EMP does not have default value. EMP ID I have taken somewhere. Set ID. It's correct only. Just wait 1 minute. First name, last name. Hibernate CFG. This package is correct, right? Simply learn spelling. Simply learn Hibernate connection URL. URL I have given correctly in MySQL localhost. XML username. No, username is root and root. Password. Here, just 1 minute. MySQL 8 dialect spelling is okay. Na? So it's saying, it's just somewhere could not execute the statement transactions. Release batch still connect contain JDBC statement. Hibernate configurations. So any difference if you see this one? Any difference is there? Only thing is like ORM. Okay. I've given ORM3. ORM3 I've created, right? By mistake I've created this ORM. Then I created 3. So Control Z. Some errors are coming. It was ORM3 actually. So that's why insert again. Let's clear this one. So database I have created with the ORM3 actually with the name of it. Okay, connection obtained, cleaning tool, localhost. Now it is able to detect this one. So we'll see here, refresh it, tables. Here you can see the EMP table is created. So now select the rows 108 psi R is inserted. Now again, I just want to, because the theory things that time I was discussing, this entire row is actually been mapped. ID, first name, last name. This is what our entity class fields. Remember, with that 108 psi and R. This is mapped these things because here we are having. Let us see. This is our employee class. At the rate entity, that means in the table it's going to be that records inserting on that basis, like whatever the ID things we are taking ID and it is gone here. First name, last name. Same thing it create with that value with the field with the database also. ID, first name, last name. for that, this is what the advantage of the Hibernate. I've done with dot save, it is saved. And it's a primary key. If you want to see the proof of it, ID is a primary key also. Column, here it's not showing it, but it should be unique, right? So if I try again, let's run this one again, it will give error, constraint violation. Could not execute, see, EMP is a primary key, duplicate entry 108. So this duplicate entry is there. If I make it 9, and obviously make the same some changes, also that's better. Okay, so that's I'm adding this first name, last name, just an example. Now it is 109, so it will add. So, and this is the persistence object rule. Once this object is created, it is again and again and again, multiple times we are able to use this one. So that we are setting the values. So that's what it is called persistence object. So this object, employee object, we are saving actually. Session.save employee. So it's pure Java code. There is no query things we have done. And in the database, if you look at it, refresh this one, the second row is also created. So it's a table which is there. The name of the table is EMP, and this EMP, the row by row, we are able to map it because we have given ID, first name, last name as entity, and ID is a primary key at the rate ID. So this entity is going to create with this. So actually, the entire aspects, like if you see this diagrams here, this is exactly what actually been given. Mapping or ORM is the programming technique to map applications domain model objects to the relational database tables. So we have this student.java, there student.table, student table. And here this ID, all these things are there through the ORM. In this ORM, this is part of the Hibernate. The two things are already there. It's an object of it, employee student object, and it is our database. Only the middle thing is ORM. So here what it happens that this ORM is actually mapped with the student class, and through the student object, we are able to save into the through the session, we are able to save into the table. So object relation means relational. So it means that RDBMS. One hand you are having the Java object, one side is your RDBMS database, and in between it is mapped. So mapping means one-to-one mapping is there, like this one, integer, string, all these fields, string mapping with this, and int, varchar, first name, last name, because its data types are going to be different. But here we are using the dialect. So this creating the auto generations of it, you can add this one, which I was thinking earlier also. Here, after that, employee, before that, employee, property, property name, we want to add so underscore SQL. Just let's see if it works. No, then you will see the SQL also. True. Okay, so this so the persistence object, I'm trying to save it. This case, the show means if it works properly, then it should show the query also. Query is not inserted record. No? So let's see one more thing, that is Hibernate show underscore SQL. So we want to format underscore SQL format. That's okay. Okay, we'll do this if case it's not showing. Let's see again. Difficult. So something, a few more properties are there which actually helps to design those aspects. If it works properly, it's not showing actually. Yes, yes, maybe lowercase. 1 minute. It's going to show you actually that SQL with the lowercase. Try case sensitive SQL in the insert. We will see that in case if it works. Property has to be, yes, yes, yes. It was correctly said, like uppercase I written. Here you can see this query. Insert into EMP first name, last name, ID values. Now this is the query which is actually already means without writing it. These things are happening. And this format will means one or two, it's an optional one. It's not necessary to that you write those things. Connection URL and class is important, and then the DD auto this HBM2 DDL auto, so that you have to do it and dialect. But these two are optional. If you do it, you can see at the runtime these queries are found with that dialect means auto formations. And if you use the format one, so it will show you the queries in proper format. And this is the magic of the ORM. So now you can think of those queries which were done through the JDBC, where you have to write this prepared statement and all those things, insert all those things, create, insert. But here, so similar to insert, update, delete, you can keep on doing it a lot of such kind of CRUD applications kind of things directly with the session object. Session.save, session.delete. So they have several methods. They have Hibernate template also. JDBC Hibernate template has more methods actually, this template. So this is not that much required because finally we'll do with the JPA. So it's just an introduction things that the Hibernate technique is object relation mapping. We have one hand Java object is there, other hand is the database. So it is mapped with that through the configurations, Hibernate configurations file which we have written. So in that we have passed those configuration details, and when we map with that employee class, those employee class through the object. So main thing happened here, where it is gone, this one. So main is happening here itself, the ORM things. Okay, so this employee object, finally when we create this in insert class, so new employee and this save. So we cannot create in the same class because this kind of design patterns and all. It's not in the employee class we write all the things. We've taken another separate classes for the object creations, and in this class we created the employee object after having the configuration thing, then employee object, then setting those values, and finally we save it to the object. So save employee means directly it will save all the three things with this help ID, first name, last name, commit and close. So you got the understanding of these things. Is it okay? Yes, yes, Manvinder, you were right that time. SQL was in lowercase, correct. And some mistakes happened with this one, that it's ORM3. So here the database you need to create. That will not created by the Hibernate. Okay. So what is your understanding of this Hibernate? Is it easier than the JDBC, or this is more complex to you? You have done the JDBC, right? In that you have written the queries for this. But here we are doing with the class directly, entity class table, and see this table name EMP. So it's creating that EMP only. Yes, tell me. You understood the concepts, how the Hibernate object, employee object is mapped with the Hibernate configurations table. And we are just through the session.save, we are able to do it. Yes, yes. It's not any tough things. It's very simple. Only you have to import the Hibernate the package in this Hibernate session factory transactions. Okay, all the details are there. The main runtime interface in Java application in Hibernate. The central API class abstracting the notions of persistence. So each row, mapping with each row. Yes, yes, you're correct. Yes, one object. Means first time we have obtained this object employee. Now when this employee set ID, so it is a persistence object. When I have changed the value, the same this object, employee object, is mapping with the another row. So it's not multiple objects, only one object, employee. It is called persistence object. Okay, so Java class is there. Java has two parts here. One is employee, one is insert. Hibernate is only this one with database mapping. So Java class is there, its object is created, and this is persistence object. Through this object, I can multiple time I can map to each row. Okay. Yes, you are correct that each row in table is one object. Means the map with the class. So each row. So we have this here. Second, this one is only one example. No, refresh it. Okay. Oh my God. Then same name. Okay. So only through the employee object I can able to insert multiple times, because now it is in the session. And once it is done, then the session is closed. Then again it is start with the configuration things. It runs those things in the memory, and then employee object again it creates this one all the time. Employee object creating one entire row. Please try to understand, not the single field and all. This ID, first name, last name is the same with the entity class. It's going to create with that at the rate entity, at the rate table. So it's created the table. Now with the table, so ORM object and database relational table. So it is mapping tool. It's a very pure English word actually they've used, direct word. So object with the database. In between you have to map it. So two different entities, mapping purpose they are using the XML file. So they are having employee object, they are going to use it to map to the each row. Okay, anything else? We'll go with the break. Then with the Spring MVC, at least we'll start with that because finally we'll use those things in the MVC environment, not directly with this. It's just a concept in future we will use with the Spring MVC. Okay. Yes, yes. Schema means this is what this session factory. Yes. This session factory then I build on, na. This is Hibernate configuration session factory which I build on. After having receiving it, then open it and transactions. Okay. Simple steps. It's pure. It's a Java code. If you see, it's not any. Only extra thing is this one, which maybe you have done hopefully in the JDBC. That time, these things we write in a class dot for name and driver manager connection con equals to driver manager dot get connection. Now those details we write. Additional thing is this one. This is for auto creation of the SQL with the respect of this dialect with MySQL. They have several dialects. For every database, they have dialect creations. And based on that, it will create the auto things. No, just now. Here in this Hibernate, I think I've created database just now in some of the things I've created the Hibernate. Just now I created, not prior to that. I created database. Just write create database and the ORM 4. Previously, like in previous demo, I've created 2, 3, no? 1 or 2 or 3, 1 or 2. So today I created this ORM 3. So this is required only in case of MySQL and Oracle. You don't have to do it. You know that different paths are there. JDBC have connected with the Oracle and MySQL both. So you have seen that these things are different. Yes, yes, and the fields. Yes, yes. In that case, this is not required in case of Oracle. Why? Because it is like they have their own this local host thin driver and all. So when we write that path, Oracle login itself will give you this name of database. So it's not required. So when you write this username and password, it takes from that database name itself. But in MySQL, it's like something which we have to additionally write this thing. So you can change this to Oracle. It's like Oracle 11G dialect. And you don't have to do anything apart from, yes, of course, this URL you have to change. Username, password you have to change, and this driver you have to change. That's a simple thing. Then this will connect with the Oracle parameters, and it will be able to generate the DDL statements. These two are additional things. It's not mandatory, but if you want to see the SQL query and if you want to format the query, so it's the best option like format underscore SQL. So it shows this SQL query behind this thing. It's easy, like if you go with the big complex coding, joins and all. So that time you will have this automations, automated queries will be generated. Okay, so that's the easy things. Uh, Oracle database not required. It's just the introduction part of the Hibernate. Okay, so that's why it's taken with that. It's not needed now. It's one database is enough to understand with that. Okay, multiple databases you can connect and see that later on. Just you have to maintain the changes with this URL, username, password, and class. This four thing obviously will be different, and that accordingly you have to in the pom.xml you have to download this. But one thing, this Oracle is a I mean, it's a very conservative player in the market, and you know that Maven dependency it doesn't provide. So you have to install the Oracle. It's indirect options. Through the Maven, you have to install the package of Oracle in your M2 repository, and then you access it with that Oracle dependency. Then it will connect. So not direct approach. Maven, like in this form.xml, we directly do write this one. For every database, they have. But if you write the Oracle dependency, Oracle will not connect. It has to be downloaded to the Maven dependency, those things manually. Okay, so if I have time permits, I will show you with Oracle connectivity. But remember, this is a different story because Maven repository, Oracle is like itself after acquiring the Java, also it has this kind of thinking like Oracle will never share this directly. Their database is also not free. Somehow, some of the features now 21C they are giving some time free also, but it's mostly paid version. Java also they made like that paid and open source both. So it's acquired the MySQL, and I think like after some time MySQL will also become like paid and all. So till it's available, we must use it. Okay, so till here it's okay. Yes, Sanjay, what was your questions at that time? Before going to the break, just quickly remind me. In the previous example of design or this DI, you were asking, right? That how to obtain the ID. So where in the previous example, he was asking like that time. This one I have shown to you, auto wiring. Which example I have shown to you? This one. Set employee ID 1234, and the driver class we are accessing that get EMP ID. So isn't getting that ID? I thought I have not used this EMP ID. So you were asking like EMP ID that 1234 how it will access. So it's a getters user setters for setting the value, getters to retrieve the value, return the value. Yes, Sanjay, are you there? Starting you have asked now one question. That time I think no, he's not there. I think so. So the DI part, which is auto-wired, this one passport things. So when we are having the passport.java, all these employee, passport, driver class, we are accessing the values which we have inserted, means taken into the employee bin, auto-wired this one. Okay, and uh, in this driver we are setting those values. So what was your question? It's getting me this data. So in both the classes, passport and employee, we have this setters and getters. It's nothing more than that. These are very simple part of it. See, Spring is not challenging. It's very easy actually. These are the values which we assigned, and this is a dynamic value purpose. We have used the date things. In future, please remember this is a concept only. We'll need the forms, UI, Spring form will design. Through that, we'll pass those data. Then automatically it will insert that value. Or we can create some sequence or auto things. So it will generate and add in the tables itself. So it's not this way we will access all the things. It's for the making you these features how it works actually, right? So can we take the break for some time? Yes, yes. So we'll join after 9:10. It's like so 20 minutes, 9:30 round. Okay. Then we'll do the Spring MVC also. I want to start because we have very less time and we have a lot of curriculums. So I want to go with those things like at least by 2 3 weeks you must be doing till microservices. Okay, these are the steps. It's okay, our understanding level, but finally those things has to go on to the highest level. Okay, so till microservice we have to do those things, smaller examples and all to complete it to reach to the microservice. Because REST is also pending and the microservices. Then the Spring Data JP is also pending. Before that, Spring MVC is required. So every day we have a critical times slot. So within that we have to complete. These Hibernate things will use in the Spring MVC environment with the JPA, and you will see all things are not required. Only 1 or 2 lines of code is required. Okay, so it will not that much long even. Factory things and open session began transactions not required. Directly extending the JPA CRUD repository and then their method using it. Through the annotations, it will work. Okay, so those pages I want to build now because it's important. Every day is passing actually, and this is like we have tomorrow. Till tomorrow, we must cover at least uh, I think Spring JPA things. Okay, so then it will be at least be better things. So after the break, at least we'll start with the Spring MVC concepts, model view controller architecture, which is going to be the important features of the Spring MVC, means how it works, and it's also a design process. So I will explain the theory and also the code, and we'll do it. So at least Spring MVC I will start today itself. Okay, so we'll join around 9:30. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Take your dinner, then we'll come and start again. Thank you, guys. Okay, welcome back once again after the break. I hope you have taken a dinner and all. So we'll resume shortly with the next topic. This topic related with the Spring MVC architecture, model view controller architecture. So what is actually this one, and how we can create the this applications and all. But this server things we have to add. So are you aware about the Tomcat server? This Tomcat things you have done? Any applications which you have run on Tomcat? Okay, okay. So this Tomcat 9, yeah, that's enough. Tomcat 10 is the latest one, but 9 is something which we preferred actually. It's a proven one. And this transitions after this next onwards, we will use the embedded server in the Spring Boot applications. So those changes will come one by one. We'll notice that. Okay, so let me share the screen. Okay, so now we will build the web applications. Till now we have done the Java applications only in the Spring. So we have to go with quickly with the web application environment with this new means Maven architecture type. So before starting a Spring MVC, let's see we need to create a web application now. It was just a quick start projects, and these quick start projects we can have the core part of it. But now onwards, we need the web application. So in the file, new, others, and it's okay, file, so first new, others, one second, yeah, Maven. First of all, Maven project, next, and here we will search for the web architecture types. Maven archetype web. Next, and com.simplegun artifact ID. We will write Spring MVC. Okay, so this name is given here. Finish this one. So Spring architecture. So first this thing, see this one is building upon now. 10% downloaded, 77%. So it takes some time a while. Yeah. And you will see here this main resources only. Java folder is also not came here, and the test also. So we have this some errors also, like we have to add some plugins and all those things which is actually coming when we are building those things. Okay, so those things we'll do it in due course time. So this is my web application, and in the pom.xml, these are the dependencies, and this dependency will be because of the architecture of this project. First observe this one, web app, then index.jsp, web-inf, web.xml, index.jsp. So previous pages, like in the quick start, we have only till the Java resource and all. This part was not there, web apps, web applications. So it is an additional thing for the web applications. Here we have the JSP pages, HTML pages, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery file, all those bootstrap. So these things we can maintain in the web applications. So this is the latest additions compared to the previous one. Since it is a JSP, it's not written at the rate directly, but it's a JSP page because .jsp compiler will understand. But see, superclass servlet not found on the build path. So first thing is you have to add the servlet, because servlet dependency is required here. So we'll add the servlet dependencies. So this project structure first creating over here, then discuss about the swing MVC. Now it's not clicking. Use the servlet. Okay. Search for servlet. So it gone to something else. Not searching. Maybe again I have to type this one, servlet. Okay, this search it. Java X.servlet API. The first one itself. .1 latest April 2018. Copy this one. Add this dependency. Servlet API. Save this one. First click on icon and save or Control S. So this is downloaded now. It's still showing red in this one. Right click it on. Okay, Maven update project. So force update. Okay. So Maven project is updated now. Index.jsp is error free now. Okay, they have few more errors. So in the form.xml, this one is showing could not initialize class org Maven plugin.org. So this plugin you have to add. So this error will not come actually. So in the build actually here itself, we can have plugins. Okay. And inside the plugin of that Maven plugin that has to be added, which is they are asking for this one. So let's take this plugin. And group ID, artifact ID, and version, right? So three things I have to write here itself. Otherwise, you can copy that also. But just remember, so I could remember those things. So writing here itself, plugins, group ID, and it's org dot Apache PACHE. Spell is okay na? Apache dot Maven dot plugins. This group ID, and we have artifact ID. This dependency I'm manually doing it. You can also do it. Why I'm doing it, so that you can see these things are there always. in the dependencies, group ID, artifact ID. So that is the name of the node plugins. So it could be Maven, right? So Maven war file. That's what it's asking. ORG Apache Maven plugin war util. So war is required. Maven hyphen war hyphen plugin. Then the version, so let us say 3. 3.3.3 is there, no? Second. Just save this one. So if it is correctly done, so it will be error will not come. I think 3.3.3. Yes, it is. So 3.3.3 is not there. So 3.3.1. It's a version of it. You can search these things on the repository. Okay. I typed 3.3.3. I remember like that sequence, 3.3.3, but it's, everywhere it's a version. Yes. You can manually go there just for the making because when I copy paste those dependencies, that time you maybe not noticing those three things. So I tried to type it, but actually I written the wrong version. 3.3.3 was not there. So maximum 1. So it's taken. So you can try it directly in Ambient. Just type this one, you will get this one. Okay, plugin and all. So this project setup is built. Still, it's showing error. You see, some error is here, which you can manage from the problems. Click on the problem here, and project configuration not up to date. So right click it. Quick fix is there, and update project configurations. Finish it, and see this all errors are gone. Index.jsp is ready. So this web application environment just now created for Spring MVC purpose. So these things we usually do in the JSP learning process. Okay, so this environment is set up here, but one thing is still Java things are not added. So right click on this, build a path, configure build path, and in the order and export, let's first see with this one. Apply and close. Now it's coming, right? Java and this one. If it is not come, right click on the Maven update, force update, or if it is also not coming, then create a folder. Okay, so it depends upon the different environment version you are working. On that basis, it sometimes takes, sometimes not taking, so you do it. So this structure is finally ready. Now coming to the Spring, what is actually, okay, so I will try to show you this Spring. Before that, uh, uh, the architectures you have to understand. Then, okay, one last thing, Tomcat. So Tomcat server, how to add the Tomcat server? You know that? Yes. So we have to go with the show view, search for the server, others. Yes, I go to the server. Yes, correct. Server, open it, and you can see this server is still not added here. For that, first time you have to download it. Okay, so just download this one. So just simply type what is that Tomcat, right? Tomcat 9 download. Okay. Tomcat 10 is the latest one. Tomcat 9, if you download, it's okay also. Click on this apache.org site. For those who have not downloaded, I am just showing it once. And here, just scrolling it, you will get 64-bit. So 64-bit Windows.zip. So just download this one. This is your server, which is actually getting downloaded in download folder. After that, you have to extract it. So suppose this one is downloaded here. So I'm going to this folder, and this folder, uh, I will copy this one here. So you have to extract that folder. Okay. So in my C drive, I created already. So I'm just quickly going with that. So it is once it is downloaded, you have to extract it. Okay. So Apache Tomcat 9, it looks like this one after extracting. Then you have the conf folder here, configuration folder, which you can change it also. Because by default 8080 port is occupied with other applications like Oracle or something is installed, so maybe not available. So it's better that you can right click on this, not this one, server.xml. Right click on this, open with server.xml in the conf folder, you will get that. Open with Notepad. And here Control F, you can find the 8080. Currently I've changed it, so it's there. Okay, no problem. 8080 places you will get that. So what you need to do is replace this with any 4-digit number. So Control H and replace with 2022. Replace all will not show any response, but it will save it. All the 3 places. Replace all. Now it looks it is nothing happened, but it actually saved all the 3 locations. Now you can search it, Control F 8080, you won't get it. But if I try 2022, I will get 1, 2, 3 places it is changed. So this is better to change because other applications, if you have installed it, it would have been occupied this thing. So it's like this, after extracting it, then you can change, you can see those folders, configuration, and in that server.xml, right click it, open with Notepad and change that application. Okay. So that is the starting things, and the web.xml file. If you have noticed one more thing here, main web app, web.inf, web.xml is there. This is the deployment descriptor. Here we will deploy the dispatcher servlet. Starting point, entry point of the web application is this web app. And here we will create this MVC. So let's discuss that also. What is model view controller architecture? Okay, so just go to the downloaded folder if I have downloaded it. Spring model full stack Spring installer Spring Okay, already I opened this one. So Spring MVC introduction, it is a Java framework which is used to build web applications. It follows the model view controller design pattern, MVC. So what is model here? Core Java files, we call it model. View means JSP pages, and the controller is servlet. So these three components are required for this architecture, this design pattern. The view component currently is JSP, but in future, in the REST application microservice level, we will use the REST controller, so JSP pages will no longer will be in use. Either through Angular or React, we will call the view component single page application, SPA. So that is going to be changed in the later stages. Those Angular things are not, I think, included in this curriculum right now for your this thing. So I can show you through the Postman or ARC, Advanced REST client, means the URIs and all to fetch the JSON records. Okay, so the view component will not no longer will use with the JSP. Now this controller is inbuilt provided by the Spring framework. Okay, so not just that, it also implement all the basic feature of core Spring framework like inversion of control, DI. Spring MVC provides a dignified solution to use MVC in Spring framework by the help of dispatcher servlet. So this dispatcher servlet is by default provided by the Spring environment. So we need to write the model, we need to write the view, but controller we don't have to write. So this is already given to us. So dispatcher servlet is a class that receives the incoming request and map to the right resource such as controllers, model, and views. So it's a front controller. Suppose we go to any office actually, can we meet any employee directly? No, we have to go to the receptions. The receptions connect to that person will come, and it's like that is the normal process. Every incoming request, login, registrations, file upload, first intercepted by the dispatcher servlet. And why this I am showing it in the Spring Boot level, you won't find the name of it even. They made such a high level of abstractions. This is only possible to view it during the XML writing and few annotations. But Spring Boot level, these all things gone. Directly we are writing at the rate Spring Boot application. So you won't be able to see this dispatcher servlet. Currently, I will just write those code for this dispatcher servlet to access in the web.xml. Later on, these things will be not in use further. Okay, so dispatcher servlet will be there at any cost in every Spring MVC project, whether it's showing it in this or not. Okay, dispatcher servlet is a class that receives. And this is the architecture of it. Spring Web Model View Controller. Front controller is the dispatcher servlet. We have the model data, getter setters and all. Controller connect with the setters. Then through the views display the browser. So it is not that clear here. See, model contains the core data of application. Data can either be a single object or a group of objects. So we can have those entity class or Pojo class. If current scenario, if we are not writing Hibernate, so it's a Pojo class. And controller, it contains the business logic of an application. So controller will return the view page, and the business logic like service, repository, connecting with that database, all things written in the controller. You can use @controller annotations to mark the class as a controller. So what is the annotations? @controller. View means basically the view is used to represent the information in a particular format. So you can use the JSP plus JST. JSP is the basic part where we write the Java code also, which is not recognized in the industry nowadays. You need to write the JSTL, Java Standard Tag Library, so that those views things will not we through the Java code, but through the expressions language we can access. Front controller is the Spring Web MVC to dispatcher servlet class works as a front controller. Now this architecture's first request comes into the dispatcher servlet. Dispatcher servlet sends to the handler mapping. So these terms I am using it. Then through the coding will explain again. But just see the sequence, these 6 steps, how the things are happening inside. So when I send a request, suppose sending a request for login. The dispatcher servlet first take this one. It sends to the mapping file. There is a XML file with this dispatcher servlet. Yes, yes, I will provide. I will provide others PDF also, ORM and all. Okay, you please study it. Okay, so a lot of materials I have, but since we have very time less and also have to go quickly. So dispatcher servlet, handler mapping. This handler mapping is the second step, and through that it goes to the controller. Dispatcher server will consult the handler map. That where is the controller class? Now this controller is different. This controller is different. This is my class controller, and this is a front controller. So dispatcher servlet first consult with the handler mapping. Handler mapping will tell that component scan, you go to this one, controller. So it will go to that base class, base package, and find a class controller. Then the third stage, fourth stage, controller return the view data in dispatcher servlet. Suppose I am printing hello world, for example. So controller is giving the hello world to the dispatcher servlet, and it will return that view where it has to return in the controller. So it will say it will return in the hello.jsp page. Now again dispatcher servlet will consult the handler mapping. Through the view resolver, it will find that particular view and it renders the view hello.jsp page. Because you have a series of JSP pages. How this will understand where to display the data? Because hello world is now accessed by the controller thing. Return to the dispatcher. Dispatcher servlet is now responsibility is there to display in a particular page, JSP page, right? So that JSP page has to be told by the controller. Now this here, as shown in the figure, all the incoming requests are obstructed by or intercepted. So by the dispatcher servlet that works as a front controller. Here, if you have worked on the servlet, you know that do get, do post things are there in the servlet. So it takes those requests and the response comes on that. So that you know that. So we don't have to write that code here. We simply write org.stringframework.web .web servlet web.servlet .dispatcher servlet. And for every servlet we have to map servlet class, servlet then pattern. So if you have done servlet, so you know that mapping things are required for every servlet. So we'll come there quickly after this one. So dispatcher servlet get the entry of handler mapping from the XML file and forward the request to the controller. After the controller returns an object, model and view. Finally, dispatcher servlet checks the entry of view resolver in the XML and then invoke the specified view component. And this architecture is more clear to you to understand. First thing first, HTTP request intercepted by dispatcher servlet. Then it will consult with the handler mapping. Handler mapping will tell back to the dispatcher servlet where is the controller. So it has two things actually in the handler mapping. What is two things? One is it will have the component scan. So it will tell that scan the package like com.simplylearn. So then dispatcher servlet will go to that package and then find the controller class @ controller class. This controller class will return the model data. So suppose hello string. So this model data return to dispatcher servlet. Dispatcher servlet will then again consult the view resolver which is written in the handler mapping. That where is my view? Which page I should go? So it will say that go to the JSP folder and take that JSP extension thing. So it is mentioned in the handler mapping. So it goes to that folder and get that hello.jsp and then this return this hello string how are you in this view back to the response. Now this series of things are happening and let's do some coding here so that's better you will get this understanding here itself about this thing. Or can I explain through the code directly so that it will save some time? That is better, right? Yes, yes, because typing will take more time. So I will explain through this code. Otherwise, it will be because taking it's already 10 o'clock. So just give me 1 minute. Switch workspace, Spring MVC. This sequence, please understand this is very important for the entire MVC architecture. And once you understand these concepts, everywhere this will be the same actually. Okay, so I'm just opening it. Uh, yes, here, this one, close on. One thing I have not shown to you, I have downloaded the Tomcat, but then I have to add that simply, okay, Tomcat server. So it's the introduction to the Spring MVC. This is my form.xml, and in this one, we have added servlet dependency and one dependency called Spring Web MVC. Okay, this is Spring Web MVC. You have to search. Okay, okay, okay. So here nothing is added. This plugin is okay. 331 is there. That's what's correct actually. That time 333 I've written. No? See this one Spring Framework Spring Web MVC 5.11. You can search on the Maven repository Spring Web MVC. Okay, and then add this dependent. Only single one. This one is required for a Spring Web MVC. This is my servlet. This is my dependency. So when you see any application, first you go to check the pom.xml. Then you can understand what are the dependencies added and for what region. This is for JSP purpose. This is for Spring MVC. Okay. Now here we will go to the deployment descriptor that is web.xml. Okay. So in the main web app, web.inf, web.xml is the deployment descriptor. Here this header, you please take this from the Spring site or any other locations. So these are the header for XST and all, HTTP, some, so schema location. Here, dispatcher servlet we have to call in. So what is the syntax for this? org.springframework.wave.servlet. This is package name of a Spring environment, and this is the servlet name. So model view controller architecture, controller is given to you. That's why it is so popular. That at least controller is inbuilt provided. Because model file means Java logic you have to write. That's not any options that you have to write. And view also nowadays JSP we are not using. We are using the Angular or React. So obviously that is also very interesting UI things. And if you learn that, directly call that endpoint into this one, and single page applications you can call it. So only focus in this Spring MVC majorly going to be the model part. controller is already given, and this is an entry point web.xml. And if you're done with the servlet, that's why I asked you to do one or two example in the servlet. So when we create any servlet class here, then immediately we have to map it. Nowadays there is a annotations also 2.5 onwards at the rate web servlet, which because of it these lines code not required. But that is for the creating the servlet. Here we are not creating any servlet. We are using it in build servlet. So obviously we have to do it this mapping here. Okay. So I will go with all the three things, with the XML, then with the annotation, then with the boot. So if time permits, okay. So this one steps. Here we have mapped with this dispatcher servlet web.xml. Servlet name given hello web. It's your choice, whatever name you want to give this as a name. Then startup load on a startup is another XML tag. This means if you have multiple servlets mapping over here, it will first load this one. Okay. Then servlet hyphen mapping. Servlet name is same. URL pattern slash URL pattern servlet mapping close. So are you aware of this mapping in the servlet? Every servlet we have to map with the class and the URL pattern. Okay, then it's good. It's good. Okay, okay. So this is for the web dispatcher servlet. So what we're discussing here in this here, the front controller is the dispatcher servlet. When I send a request, first it goes to the dispatcher servlet. Then it will go to the handler mapping. Now what is this handler mapping? So here what is the name given? Hello web. So mapping file name should be hello web-servlet.xml. Hello web-servlet.xml. If you give the name like here simply learn, then it will be given name like simply learn-servlet.xml. That is a naming convention. So that means this dispatcher servlet with this name mapped with this XML file. Okay, that is the syntax of it. Here, as I said, two things will be there, and now these schema locations, all our headings are there. Okay, context XSD file. So these things is a long thing. You just copy paste from the Spring site, Spring org schema beans, context, locations, and all. Now for this, I have taken for this context component hyphen scan base package class. Which class? This one. Spring Framework schema beans. These are the directly source locations for XSD files. Schema context, schema this one, this beans context, which we are required actually for this running of IOC design dependency injections. Bottom of the page. Oh, this no, this I'm coming. Just wait. It has two things. One is context component scan base package. These things, if you remember in the auto wiring, we have done this one where we have written base package means component scan. So what it do this component scan? It is written like com.cts is here, for example. So as for this diagram, dispatcher servlet goes to the handler mapping. So here, after receiving an HTTP request, dispatcher servlet consult the handler mapping. So that XML file, extra XML file is the handler mapping to call the appropriate controller. So where it will find the controller, it has to know about that. So because of it, it will scan the base package that is com.cts, for example, here. So this understand this controller is located in this package. First part I am explaining, next second part after that. Okay. So this component scan, you understood what is this meaning actually? It's going to scan the base package, this one, to get what? Controller. Okay. Handler mapping has first thing is component scan, because dispatcher servlet has to get the controller. How it will know about that? Where it is actually? Which package it is? So it's like this will give the understanding. The controller takes the request and call the appropriate service method based on the get and post method. So the handler mapping, we know that controller is here, com.cts. Understood this one? Scanning the base package to get the controller? Yes, yes. First thing, very first thing, dispatcher servlet intercepted request forwarded to mapping. Mapper file will tell the first thing to back to dispatcher. You see the arrows are there. This reverse directions arrow. Reverse means this coming to the handler mapping. Handler mapping says, okay, you go to the com.cts package to find the controller. So scan that package. So it goes to this controller, and here we have the @controller class is there. So we will go to the hello controller. Here this controller, we need to write the class hello controller. Any name you can give it, but you have to write @controller. So now the dispatcher servlet know about the controller class. Correct? Now after that we have this print he method or print any method name. Upon that one more annotation is used @request mapping hello. Request mapping means this method is a web method, and by default it's a get method. You can write method equals to get, post, put or delete. So post means, get means we are retrieving the data, we are fetching the data. Post means we are adding a new record. Put means we are modifying any records. And delete means delete. In the REST controller, it will be get mapping, post mapping, put mapping, delete mapping. Here in the controller, we have a request mapping. And there we have to separately write like method equals to get, post, put or delete. But here, if you don't write by default, it's a get method. HTTP follows a protocol called get, post, put and delete. For that, we have do get, do post in the servlet also. Here we have the mapping, request mapping. So this request mapping means this method is a web method, and we are passing a model interface here for adding the value here, common message like open declaration. So you can see this is an interface model. Especially defines a holder for model attributes. Okay, so it has a method called add attribute. So when we pass this interface, you know this model passed in model.add attribute. This is alias name or attribute name. So we have a string attribute name and the object attribute value. So that value we are passing here. Hello Spring MVC Great Framework. So controller class, when it reaches over here, then it returns this method, which is request mapping method. It returns the model data. Okay. Now this data, when it returns, it has to say that you display it on the hello. In controller, when we see the return hello, that is the view component. It is encrypted format for the security purpose. It's not writing hello.jsp directly. So when this method return type is string, we are having add attribute to this method. message with attribute name with this hello string MVC is a good framework, then great framework, then where to display? So as per this diagram, dispatcher servlet now knows Spring is a great framework, data is there, and the view name is hello. That is now it is understood by this dispatcher servlet to the controller has informed to the dispatcher servlet that yes, once it is visited, it got the Spring framework is a great framework. Now this great framework, the controller class also, this method also told that it is to be returned on the hello, the view component. Now again dispatcher servlet will consult the handler mapping to resolve the view. Where is this hello located? Now see this example here. You can see this is my request mapping, this is controller. So controller class is there to controlling this where we can have our web methods request mapping. Now this method is returning this hello string and it said that the view name is hello. Now dispatcher servlet will again consult to the mapper file. Where is the view is there. So here we have written the di bean here actually beans this object bean class actually org.springframework.web.servlet.view internal resource view resolver. This is my class name. And with that prefix web inf info folder /JSP. So here we can see this JSP folder is there, hello.jsp. Okay, so JSP, how to create the folder on the web inf JSP or view folder, any name you can give. Right click over there, new and folder. Give the name like view or JSP. Rather, this is two is acceptable, better name, either views or JSP. So this mapper file will tell the controller dispatcher servlet that look, please go to this JSP folder and look for suffix which is .jsp. So internal view resolver class is this role because it has multiple views. Things are there. How controller will know where to display that string is a great framework. So it will come to the internal resource view resolver to resolve these things like prefix and suffix. So it will visit to this folder and it gets hello.jsp. Okay. Now, as per this diagram, again this one, first dispatcher servlet pick the request, goes to the mapping, then it is consult with that handler mapping, where is the controller class to the scan package, component scan, it understood that goes to the com.cts package. Once it is reached there, it found the controller. After finding the controller, then it got the model data, Spring is a great framework, and controller also told that it has to be displayed on the hello. Now where is this hello? Then that has to be resolved or not. So dispatcher servlet will consult the view resolver, which is written in the mapping file. That you go to the folder called JSP folder and search for the .jsp extension file. So it goes to the resolver, search for the JSP file, hello.jsp. Now it will search. So hello it is returning, actually it's get that hello, but now extension is .jsp. Where is that hello.jsp? It's in the web inf/jsp folder. So it got these things, means view things, hello.jsp, finally it got, and then it render back to the response. These things happen in nanoseconds and lightning speed. It's like this internal arrangements are there for high level of security. There is nothing in the browser you will see JSP, PHP, ASP, anything. Okay, simply you will see hello, but it's calling hello.jsp. Okay, so here this one, when we call it in the JSP page, which is my view component. So at the rate page, it's a angular means uh, tag and percentage at the rate. At the rate means it's a directive. We have three directives: at the rate page directive, at the rate include directive, at the rate tag leave directive. So first one is making the HTML page with JSP page. We have to write this page language Java. These are not required, but it's additional attributes. Page language Java is enough. So this makes the JSP pages. And here in the body tag, this is expressions language. So remember, I've shown you the architecture of Spring, in which I have said the first thing is core, bean, context, and the EL, expressions language. This is what the expression language. It's so secure code that if somebody accesses it directly, it won't get any value. It has to perform through that channel only, then it will retrieve the data. So message is attribute via dollar curly brackets message. This is called expressions language, EL. So in the JSTL plus EL, those are the advanced topic in the JSP things. And Spring environment, at least those two things, if you know, it's actually advantage. But it's simple also, directly you can understand these things. Dollar encrypted message. So this message is what in the controller we have written this message, and it is going to print this hello Spring MVC great framework using the hello.jsp. It will return in H2 button, H2 tag, sorry. Okay, so you can see this process, very long process, but actually it's very fast one for securing data. The main example, this controller, where we are adding to the model add attribute method, and this message hello return. Whenever you see in the controller the return thing, that means going to return the view component. Okay, we have several other options of returning it. We have model and view return also, which is given in the Spring framework. It returns the model and the view at a time. Okay, so the other options here, it's today is the starting one, so not going to complicate the things. Just see the controller at the rate controller at the rate request mapping, and this mapping is hello. So this is my context path. When I use this path, immediately it will return this data on the hello.jsp. Okay, for this you have to add the Tomcat server. So Windows, show view, others, servers, open it. I already have added it. First time it will not show, it's a link will be showing here. Just click in that and like new server. So first time no new is required. You will see host of the Apache servers are present. I mean Apache Basics, IBM, Oracle, all are there. So in that we will have the Apache first one. Select for 9 or 10. Okay, this 9 once you select, next and finish. Next when we do it, it will ask for, okay, like this browsing it. So the browse the locations where you've downloaded into C drive or D drive, that unzip that folder. Select this Tomcat. So it will add over here. Again, try it. If you're not able to do it, we'll discuss it. Okay. So just finish. Yes, yes. Just finish. Okay, okay, okay. Yes, yes. I mean, I'm just going to do it. Okay. So where is that? This is added server. So server starts. You can see that first I will clean this one. Remove all. Okay. Right click and start. Okay, okay, okay. I thought like you are asking to finish. Okay, no problem. So remind me later this one. See, the server is started, Tomcat server, and this is my different port number 2021. So always prefer to change the port 8080. Started this. These red colors are not error. These are the servers color means it's a ID actually creating this information into the red color, so highlighting this thing. So here the server is started, and when okay, index.jsp I am printing this hello world. It's nothing to do with the Spring. Directly you can run it. One important thing in STS, run on server will not come. Run as server will not come. Or index.jsp, because it's directly you can also do that, run as server. For that you go to the Windows help Eclipse Marketplace. Okay, in Eclipse you will get that, but in the STS it's a Spring environment, so run on server purpose you have to add this tool actually plugin. So just see this help Eclipse Marketplace. Click on the Eclipse Marketplace. The first thing you will get over here that you have to admin is Eclipse plugin. Okay, for this. So just it will wait for 1 second. It will come. Those who are using the Eclipse, they don't have to do it. Those who are working on the STS, they have to add this plugin from download from the marketplace. Okay. Yes. So the marketplace is there where you can at least those necessary things required for the technology others you have to add. See this one, Eclipse Web Developer Tool 323. This one you have to install. I have installed it. When you click on install, so it will start asking for accept and all. Okay, so I'm just cancelling, otherwise it will confuse. So that web tools you have to add that that is required mandatorily, otherwise run on server will not come. This Eclipse Web Developer Tool, please remember this one. When you say that install or something, then that time the installation will happen, but it will ask to select accept this thing, then it will start downloading. It takes 5-10 minutes. After that it will restart your STS, and then it will be added there. The latest 415 also you can add to the marketplace. So when we right click on this, if you have index file, it will run automatically, or you can simply go to the right click, run as server. So it will go to the server, finish this one, okay, and on the browser it will print hello world. Here this is nothing to do with the string, it's directly printing from the index.jsp. And this browser thinks how it will come. By default it has internal browser. So go to the Windows, Preferences, and General tab, click on that. Here you will get, scroll little bit, web browsers. Okay, again repeat this one. By default it will open the browser here itself, because they all have internal inbuilt browsers, but you want external browsers, then you have to explicitly take care of it. So for that, go to the window, Preferences is there, then you click this one, then the general is there, general tab. In that scroll little down, so you will get web browser, and it will by default selected this option. You check this one, use external web browser, and then select the Chrome. So after that, apply and close. So your things means this will work on the actually come on the browser directly in the Chrome. Okay. So now coming to the Spring applications, we have this context path. Later on, this we will be having the endpoint or REST API things. So that at the rate REST controller will be doing it. So this is my context path here, and we have said URL mapping slash. So just go to this one. Yes, based on correct. So just based on the URL. Develop this habit because these things are doing in the REST more frequently. Okay, this API path endpoint we will write, and by default it will get. So request mapping is there, na, that method. So it will return Spring is a great framework. So the hello.jsp will be called after that. Okay, and anyone who sees it will still see the hello only. Okay, so when I click it, see this is written this. Look at the browser. Here localhost 2021 Spring MVC. This is the name, final name. MVC multiple view page. Hello. So project name, then hello. Project name. Just go to the form.xml. Okay. So this final name, whatever given, it's take that name. It is not this name. If you remove this, then it will take this name. So final name is given, so it is reflecting in the browser. In the Spring Boot, this will not come. Directly context slash. So this one is going to hello.jsp. But here the role of dispatcher servlet are there, which is actually taking all this. So this flow of diagram, request coming and response, request come to the dispatcher servlet. Yes, I will share the code. And one more example I just share before closing today with the annotations. Instead of this XML file, we will use the annotations. Today, as I discussed, boot thing will not do it, but surely tomorrow that things will do it. Or tomorrow we'll do the annotations, that will be better because you also have to work on this. So what I thought, like we will first concept this thing, because till now we have done the Java things only. Okay, in the Spring environment, and today Hibernate is nothing to do with this. It's an independent technology. Okay, we can integrate in our Spring MVC. Okay, getting my point. It's a Hibernate is a separate Java technology. So that means we have the ORM techniques to map the object with the database table. So that is we have done with. But this we will use in more actually in the Spring MVC. So today the important topic has started, and this is the best topic. Here you have to progress in this way only. In all other things, any applications, database-based applications or REST applications, we will focus on this type of projects only. And this is the industry requirement, Spring MVC architecture. Because desktop application console-based output, nobody will see now. It's not required. We need some application, UI-based applications, browser-based applications. So this is the starting point of it, which you have to, you will get those projects, everything on this MVC only. Okay. So auto-wire features or DI things, these things you will see that is only in use right now. Somewhere will annotation use it in the Spring MVC environment. So we can identify, okay, this auto-wire means we are doing the DI things internally. That kind of things will happen. So that is why the core part is taken initially, to make the concepts that Spring Core has this ability, because Spring is the only framework here which actually both supports desktop applications also and the web applications also. But desktop applications are not in use popularly nowadays. Everyone wants their application on the website. So we will use the model view controller architecture and create the JSP pages, forms, etc. to transfer the data. Okay. So this one example I will share these things also. Please study it 1 or 2 times. Request, mapping, then controller class returning the view resolver. It will come to the view resolver and then render the hello.jsp that data. And it very fast actually. I just enter and it gives me the output. But internally it passes through all these phases because it has to find out. It's like a application, so it cannot know where is the folder and this hello.jsp where it is. So inputs has to be given to the controller, dispatcher servlet, then dispatcher servlet will be taking this hello.jsp back to render. So when we visit to an office, for example, we want this employee to meet. Some other employee is not coming to meet you, na? So that kind of things are happening because the reception has called that person, then that person has came to meet you on the office outside on the reception. So same thing happens. I requested for the login things. I will not get a registration page. So how it is getting those things that what is required here. So with this kind of arrangements, when controller saying return hello means it's certainly going to return the JSP page with hello.jsp with the suffix. Okay. So this examples, please do it because I can show you the annotation based also. So which project asking actually? So the project setup. Yes, yes, yes. Why not? Why? I will again show you this one. See, first of all, we will have the pom.xml starting point where we have added this dependency WebMVC. Otherwise, it will not take all those things. Okay. So, Spring environment WebMVC we have added. First time we have used this one. Nothing more dependency required. Then we have in this project architectures in the SR3, if you click on this, you will get web app. This is the, we know that Maven is a build tool. So it build a Java project source code. It will build up. It build the web application source code also. So this by default given index.jsp hello world. And in the quick start it gives you the file name called hello world. Some app.java it's giving. So it is a building the source code, documentations, and compiling to the jar file. That is the role of the Maven. Okay. Okay. Creating projects. Okay. 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 Yes. Yes. I'm just one quick walkthrough with the architecture of this string MVC because it's an interesting one, and at least 1 more 2 times if you see it, it will be very easy to identify. That's not a problem. Yes. So I'm just going to quickly the review of it. Pom.xml. Okay, JSTL is added additionally. We are going to use the expressions language. So that's for these things. You can check that JSTL library is also used. Our standard tag library, servlet, and this MVC. So here, web.xml is the deployment descriptor. Starting page, web.inf means web info folder is there, information. It has a web.xml file. Okay, I've gone through some different one. Okay, that's why I was thinking JSTL. Okay, in that I have used the JSTL. So, one second. Web.xml. Here we have using org.springframework.web.servlet dispatcher servlet. So dispatcher servlet is the front controller. First, very first request will go to the servlet. It's a inbuilt servlet provided to us. Framework means more finished architecture. 90% code is ready-made. More than that. All things you need is integrations. fully means API based things, and you don't have to write the coding for this dispatcher service because they already provided. Of course, it's a framework. So that means one floor is there, you can construct another floor. The same things like it's in the framework level. It's like there is no restriction. You can create your own servlet, but that is customization is not needed. It's already provided the dispatcher servlet to you for using it. Central dispatcher HTTP request handler controller. So it's all the details is written. The name, whatever you the name, type about this servlet name, you have to map with this one, hello web servlet.xml. And it has two things. One is component scan. So controller will know that where it has to visit to get the controller class. So it tells that go to this hello com.cts package and search for hello means controller class. So it will visit here. If I write any other package name, it will go to that package to search this thing. Or if we don't write anything, whatever the package, at least one package is there, so it understands this is the base package, automatically it will go there. So it reads to this class, which is controller. At the rate controller, you have to use. Indicate that annotated class is a controller, web controller. And this is a web method. Mapping web request to the method. So this is a request mapping with this method. It is returning a string. Here we are passing the model, that is an interface. So to add the add attribute method, and then message hello string MVC great framework. And it's saying that return hello. That means this is going to be the view component. Okay, hello.jsp. So this purpose, it again come to this mapper things. Here we have written in the bin through the internal resource view resolver. This class is convenient subclass of URI based view resolver that supports internal resource view, that is servlet and JSP, and subclass such as JSTL view. This view class for all views generated by the resolver can be specified. So this internal resource view resolver actually returning that view, where is that view located, that hello.jsp. So it will tell the controller, front controller dispatcher servlet, that you look for the prefix with this package, this folder .jsp, and then look for the dots for the suffix .jsp page. So it now knows about these things, that okay, hello means it has to go to the hello folder, JSP folder, and look for dots suffix hello.jsp. So it gets the hello.jsp, and in this we have written the encrypted message. It's a JSP page, message to get this attribute. So here this hello controller, we are getting this message to retrieve the data. So this is the entire project architectures for this Spring MVC. Okay. Okay. So tomorrow we'll discuss with the annotation based also, where we will not require the web.xml and the mapping things. Okay, but I will request everyone to do it today, at least get the understanding, because later on things will be more abstract, and it's not possible to track it. So those names, things which is now we are seeing it. So XML is a good starting point to learn the concepts, because Java is always going with the annotation based. They are having conflict with the XML. Wherever applicable, they just want to avoid it. So annotations based and writing some 10-15 lines of coding behind that to manage the entire mapping things. So Java is always preferred to do in their own way. Means Spring MVC is also using the Java. So XML is not, but XML is a good point to start in the learning starting phase, because it will give you the entire aspects. Okay, so this code I will share, and one of you asked that the creating of this project. So first thing, go to the file, new, and when you take others, so this I am correct, right? Maven project. When you select a Maven project, then instead of quick start, search for the web application. So you will get the web application. When you click on the next, it will ask for the group ID, for example, com dot simply learn and artifact ID like demo. So this finish it, it will download and create one project of web application itself with web app. And for getting those things, you have to add that extra plugins which I have said to you. I am finishing it. Okay, demo. Sports, which one? Will help us regarding the sports whose final project. Uh, Actually, yes, I will do that. See, I'm just having actually my concern is that we focus on the Spring MVC things more because already we have 3 classes over now, so we have few more classes left. So at least 2 weeks are there after this week, next 2 weeks. So within that, we'll have to complete the entire end to end. So that is why at least we'll have to be now going into this aspect, so cover the everything and whatever is given to curriculum, so we'll do it. Okay, so I will take that things. Yes, topics there I will take care, no problem. We'll check that. DevOps, CI/CD things are there, right? So we'll see that. I'm also not aware. See, these are means Mohanji is there, na, so he will be able to tell you. So we'll discuss with him and we'll let you know. Okay, in the next session. That 3 more, na? Yes. That I know. That's the scenario. That is what given. And this Spring architectures. Yes, we'll do definitely. Spring is something will take time. It's not core Java. Even core Java will take time. So there are number of things you can see that now if I say you won't get that actually. That's the problem. That there are more things are there. Yes. That also I feel, but it's like not in my hand. It's whatever they will decide, and then accordingly I have to do it. So it's not my choice actually. It's okay. If they ask, definitely we'll do it. Okay, so it's in the hand of the management. You discuss with them. Okay, if they ask, because it's not in my control, I have no role into it. Okay, so okay. Let me complete it. Otherwise, you will stuck it. Okay, yes. Sure. I also feel like that way only. Yes. I also feel like your DevOps is there. You want cloud if it is there. If you want these things, there are so many things in advanced level which cannot be done in 2 or 3 classes. And you can see that I have to rush from one example to another examples immediately to complete the thing. Even 4 hours I am doing non-stop, then also it's having more times needed. So that's what. But it's like you please discuss with them. If they allow us, I have no problem. I'm always with you. Okay, so no problem. Yes. So I was saying, okay, thanks. Let me complete this one first. Those who have not still seen it, please do this way. File, take a new projects, others. These configuration things are very important. If you stuck at one single place, entire things will not work. Okay, and that is the boot actually is helping us to get those problems resolved. So Spring Boot is actually solving our major problems of configurations. If you see in the real-time environment, 70% time goes to the configuration handling. Like you don't see those problems like headers. some headers, if you write source force or some Hibernate, it will not work. And by mistake, any dot, comma, slash, it will not work. And you will take half an hour to debug those things. So those issues are resolved in the boot level, because more than development, we are stuck with the configurations, and it's a fact in the real environment. So this and the DevOps tools now, which we have seen, that it builds like the environment CI/CD pipeline. Yes, yes. CI/CD pipeline is now a common thing in the industry, because earlier days, in our time, it was like when we write the code, testing members were enjoying the time in cafeteria, and when they are doing on their job, then we are enjoying. It's not like that nowadays. Client is paying hourly basis. They want full utilization. So it's the moment the developer commit the code, testing will happen immediately. So the pipeline is constructed on that. Technically terms, it is like that. Code commit happens immediately. You have the Git also, GitLab, DevOps things. I don't know. Okay, okay, we'll check it. So literally, these classes will be less actually for all the things to be incorporated, but we'll see it possible. So will you discuss it, and if they agree that, I will do it. Otherwise, whatever the times given, I have no choice but to complete all the topics. Okay. So it's like depending upon the team management. Okay, so let me complete this Maven project. When you take this Maven project, next just go with the internal and search for the web. You will get the web projects. Its architecture is different, but if you have not added this one, remember this marketplace thing in the STS especially, Eclipse Marketplace. This will take some time. This first tools which is coming, web developer tools. So you will not get this web app part. Okay. So first thing in STS, add this one and restart it. Eclipse Web Developer Tool 3, latest is 3.2.3. So that additional thing, if you are going with the Eclipse, no need for it. You will have this available. Then you will get a string MVC. You see this one directly. You get pom.xml where you have to write those dependencies and this structure. Only thing is web-inf. You have to create a folder for JSP, because there will be tomorrow hundreds of JSP pages. We will not write directly. So what we will do, right click on the web-inf folder, new, and here we'll get the folder option. So when you click on the folder, it will create the folder, and inside that you place your JSP page. So right click on that, new, JSP is not coming, JSP file is coming. So take a JSP file, new file.jsp example, JSP will create automatically. Okay. So this way you can keep on adding those view components. Right? Okay, I'm sharing this code in the same location drive. I'm adding this one. Yes, 1 minute. See, I have several codes for this Hibernate, at least more examples. A lot of things are there, but I'm sharing this one for starting things. And you please check it. Okay, copy this one. And this material also I will share it to same drive link. I've just not added. Okay, tomorrow I will do that. I'm so sorry for this drive. Now it's almost 11 also. So for today's the same link I am processing it. Okay, where is it? Yes, yes. Today, what is the date? 18th June. No? Yes. I'm taking FSD batches, full stack development batches up to the cloud. Okay. Yes. Where is that one? This 1 second. This one Spring MVC. Copy this one. 1 minute. So it's a hectic for me. Like no holiday. Actually continuous. So it's let me do it 18th June. Paste this one. Spring MVC. See this file, I am going to share it. What you have to do is just unzip first of all, add to archive. When I adding to this zip file, you first download it and copy from the download folder to any CD drive, anything, one Spring folder. Once you unzip this one, it will look like this. Then simply go to here, file, import, and import. That time you will get series of these things. So directly go to the Maven, click on existing Maven project, next, browse it to the folder only. Like desktop, I am going again, 18th, whatever there, Spring MVC, just select the folder. So as it is, the entire project will come. But you have to add those things. First, you create a web application, web architecture, this archetype, and do some pom.xml correction and all these things to start with. Means very, very basic things first start. So those idea will remain in the memory that we will do these things then only. So starting with a normal project and adding the dependency and start doing it. That's what it's required. And this file, where it is actually somewhere in this folder, right? 1 minute. Folder 18th. I have not uploaded this one. Yes, desktop 18th. Where is that? This one. I'm adding this one and file upload. Then I think somewhere on 15th or 17th, 16th, no, 15th. This material I have shared to you. Okay, Hibernate also, if you want, I will share it to you, but I have to search it. Okay, tomorrow I will do it. Okay, till the time you please do it, right? This link is there now for you. This you can access it. Or should I share it again? You can access it. Check once. Or if it is not there for the timing temporarily for today also, I am just sharing this one. This SL. Yeah, I'm just going to share it. Just 1 minute. This sharing this link. It's anyone with the link editor options copying this link to and share to you. For this timing, please do it. Tomorrow I will take care of. Okay, I also don't get time in the weekdays to do those things. All participants say this. Okay, so you currently for the timing, tomorrow will create the GitHub account and I have others, but it's like the projects for actually the other things. So I will create a new one and we'll do it. Okay. So tomorrow we'll join at 7 p.m. Sharp. Okay. And we'll take Spring MVC further with Spring Boot case study and all. Service controller architectures and all. Spring Boot and all will start tomorrow. Okay. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you. Good night. Take care. Thanks a lot to everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Take care.
Volunteers signing off for the session. Please kindly submit your valuable feedback on the link I have shared on chat box. See you then. Thanks a lot for joining.